Who's there? Wait, you're one of them passengers from the cryo unit, aren't you? How the hell did you get out? Doesn't matter. You can't stay here. Because if they find you, we'll both be in trouble. Alright, damn it. Gotta think of something. Alright, look. Right now we're heading to the port. I can sneak you out, but you gotta do what I say. There's a couple of guards in the next room. I'll distract them, you sneak around, get out, and then I'll find you. You ready? Alright, let's go. Remember, stay low. Guys, hate to bother you, but I think I misplaced my food rations. You haven't seen them anywhere by chance, have you? Damn, that sucks. I really wanted to try out the new cheese supplement. And what about you two? You guys get rationed too, or do you get stuff for free? Military privilege, huh? Oh yeah, sorry. Going. Damn those rations.
Do you believe that? What? Our station here was created. I don't care. But it's fine to use letters and artists. I mean, easier.
Recent transmissions. You better get there too. I'm afraid you'll have to go around the deck to get there. Go through that door there at the end where it says engine room. It shouldn't have any guards and you can get to the bridge that way. Be careful though, I've heard alarms. Not sure what's going on. Anyway, I'll wait for you on the bridge. Good luck.
Can we talk about this later?
ain't no ordinary cruise tonight. Between those pods, the alarms, the soldiers. Anyway, we'll be in City 17 in no time. You can see it out there already. We should get moving before this fella wakes up. Come on, this way. Flashlight. Used to be a normal operation. Nothing too complicated. Simple, really, as long as you're useful. Had workers, engineers, scientists. But ever since we started loading all sorts of pods, I always had this feeling that it was gonna end up like this. Alright, it's right here. Look, your best bet is to blend in. That flare gun, it's only gonna give you trouble at the checkpoint, so just leave it here, okay? I think we're good to go. I'll stay here, but someone at the checkpoint will pick you up. Blend in, and good luck.
Isn't it? And yeah, Gordon, it's me, Barney. Wasn't sure if you still remembered me. I'm working for Civil Protection. Undercover, obviously. Still, have to meet my beating quota. But don't worry, I'm here to get you to safety. Well, whatever you could call safe nowadays. I'll escort you to the factory sector, but then you'll have to walk on your own for a while. Oh, but first, I think you should change into one of these worker suits. Draws less attention. try not to look conspicuous. You know, when we got the news you might be coming to City 17, I really didn't know what to think. It's been so long since Black Mesa. We all kind of assumed you just went missing forever. Good to have you back, Gordon. We really could use more good things and good
remaining urban centers. I thought so much of City 17 that I elected to establish my administration
Alright,
here.
here's an entrance into the inner city. We rarely use this checkpoint. Usually get people in by train. But I guess you've always been exceptional.
My home. And so, whether you are here to stay or passing through on your way to parts unknown, welcome to City 17. It's safer here.
Remember, once you're in, go through the industrial site and to the terminal plaza. You can't miss it. Just follow the streets. When you're at the train station, find security. It'll be empty, and I'll contact you there. Don't worry about the turrets. Been inactive since the war. Before that, this was one of the checkpoints. You know, during the portal storms. The force field is new, though. Let me see if I can reroute the power. Got it. All right, Gordon, you should go now. Get to the station and I'll contact you. Good luck.
You made it just in time. We've got to clear out of here before we're discovered.
Can this be a human ally? You've shattered our shackles, brought an end to that emptiness. We must repay you for your kindness. We shall open the passage for you. Ugh, this frame is difficult. Too much time spent in the vorticell. Hopeless, unless... There is another of our kind, here, close. We sense that faint draining presence, echoing from that factory. Our Sid must be brought here, united in strength. We can expose the passage that you seek.
The faint echo of hope whispered of your coming. Our enemies will give chase inevitably. The path is known to the collectors ahead, below the streets. Our escape will not be delayed. We are prepared to assist. Lead us. The city bowels devour all, even combine monstrosities. The mechanism of our escape is above. And this would be the power source, awaiting revival. Unchallenging to anyone capable of flux shifting. May have used too much force. We'll need some time to revive this machine. We felt a problem in the current somewhere above. It could use attention. operation proved successful, can feel the draft of outside air. How many obstacles must we endure? As if someone wanted to shield themselves, be it from below or above. A dead matter, no tool. But with that weapon, combustion by the way of resonance should remove it. Place it over there so we can resonate. Now step back. Acceptable. Now, will we be denied passage again? Our confidence was not misplaced. As you fulfilled your end of the bargain, so it is our turn. Where you cross over, we must digress. This passage is unsafe for Vorticons. This alliance will not go unremembered.
Let me read a letter I recently received. Dear Dr. Green, why has the common iron seen fit to suppress our reproductive cycle? Sincerely, a concerned citizen. Thank you for writing, concerned. Of course, your question touches on one of the basic biological impulses, with all its associated hopes and fears for the future of the species. I also detect some unspoken questions. Do our benefactors really know what's best for us? What gives them the right to make this kind of decision?
I don't know about you, but I'm ready to jump into civil protection.
Suppression. Let us plead again. The anxieties underlying concern, rather than try to answer every possible question you might have built. First, let us consider the fact that for the first time ever, as a species,
Gordon, we don't have much time. They're already onto you. I have a plan for throwing them off your tail. There's a route, a service tunnel, that'll lead you to the quarantine sector. Used to be a construction yard until just recently. Something happened. They cordoned the place. Only the higher ranks know any details. It'll be tough, but this is your best bet. In the room across, there's a hatch that leads right into the service tunnel. Shit, we don't have any time left. Go through to the site and find me at the city arcade. And be careful.
was done for, and no one would come. Thanks, man. I don't know why the hell you even came to the quarantine area, but you'd be more crazy to stay. I can get you out of here, though. I certainly owe you that much. In case you're curious. Long story short, some idiots decided it would be a good idea to smuggle out one of the canisters and see what's inside. And now, all of that inside is outside. They are out, and my whole crew is a mindless zombie mob like it's some kind of horror flick. You'd be doing them a favor by putting them out of their misery. There. I'm not much of a fighter, but we still should stick together.
Let me get out of your way.
Care of 4 of them back there, so there should be 4 more left. I think Lewis made it out alive. I hope he
Sorry.
That was my old crew. God damn it. Now I'm the only one left. Hey, I think I can fix that control panel. Could you give me your crowbar? Go through while it's open. Don't worry about me. I'll find my way out.
Oh, I thought you were a cop.
Let me read a letter I recently received. Dear Dr. Green, why has the Combine seen fit to suppress our reproductive cycle? Sincerely, a concerned citizen. Thank you for writing, Concerned. Of course, your question touches on one of the basic biological impulses, with all its associated hopes and fears for the future of the species. I also detect
I'd like to help you.
some
Can't you just leave her alone?
questions. Do our benefactors really know what's best for us? What gives them the right to make this kind of decision for mankind? Will they ever deactivate the suppression field and let us breed again? Allow me to address the anxieties underlying your concerns, rather than try to answer every possible question you might have left unvoiced. First, let us consider the fact that for the first time ever, as a species, immortality is in our reach. This simple fact has far-reaching implications. It requires radical rethinking and revision of our genetic imperatives. It also requires planning and forethought that run in direct opposition to our neural presets. I find it helpful at times like these to remind myself that our true enemy is instinct. Instinct was our mother when we were an infant species. Instinct coddled us and kept us safe in those hardscrabble years when we hardened our sticks and cooked our first meals above a meager fire and started at the shadows and leapt upon the cavern's walls. But inseparable from instinct is its dark twin, superstition. Instinct is inextricably bound to unreasoning impulses, and today we clearly see its true nature. Instinct has just become aware of its irrelevance, and like a cornered beast, it will not go down without a bloody fight. Instinct would inflict a fatal injury on our species. Instinct creates its own oppressors and bids us rise up against them. Instinct tells us that the unknown is a threat rather than an opportunity. Instinct slyly and covertly compels us away from change and progress. Instinct, therefore, must be expunged. It must be fought tooth and nail, beginning with the basest of human urges, the urge to reproduce. We should thank our benefactors for giving us respite from this overpowering force. They have thrown a switch and exorcised our demons in a single stroke. They have given us the strength we never could have summoned to overcome this compulsion. They have given us purpose. They have turned our eyes toward the stars. Let me assure you that the suppressing field will be shut off on the day that we have mastered ourselves, the day we can prove we no
New in town, aren't you?
Stop looking at me like that.
Don't drink the water. They put something in it to make you forget. I don't even remember how I got here.
If I talk to you out here, we'll both be in trouble.
Initializing. Prepare for immersion. 3, 2, 1.
good on you for not making too much noise in the streets, Gordon. I'm afraid I'll have to leave you one more time. One last time, I promise. Next time we talk, I'll get you right to Dr. Kleiner. That being said, I can't go with you right now. You'll have to go out on your own. There's an old radio tower just outside the arcade. From there, you can get underground and get to Kleiner's workshop. The tunnels have a lot of nasty things in them, so you better take this. But keep low, at least until you're down there.
Sorry.
You must be new down here.
Sometimes I dream about cheese. This stuff, it's all I have left.
Ah, there you are. I was wondering how long it would take you. You always had a knack for solving elaborate routes, Gordon. The lab is right here, believe it or not. I think we're pretty well hidden. Dr. Kleiner came up with some sort of radio repellent for the scan bots, so they're discouraged from accidentally flying by and taking shots. But enough talk. I can't wait to see Dr. Kleiner's face when he sees you step into his lab. Hey, Doc! Dr. Kleiner! Back here, Barney. Doc, there's someone here to meet you. What? Of all people, you should know better than letting strangers in here. Oh, I think we can trust this guy. Oh, my goodness. Gordon Freeman. So it was true. We heard you were coming back, but I couldn't believe it. Yet here he is. Indeed. You know, Gordon, you arrive at a very crucial time. We certainly could use a man of your many talents. So what's the plan, Doc? I was gonna find us a transport, leave the city. But Barney, we've discussed it before. I am convinced that we should send Gordon directly to Kraken Base. Come on, Doc, how the hell am I supposed to get him there? You're not. I've been working on my prototype, and I've already ran some successful tests. Some? 7, to be precise. 7 in a row. There is nothing to worry about. The crew of the base and I have made some major strides since the cat. Well, let's just see. I do feel very positive about our chances. I still say we should leave the usual way. There is no way anymore. The Metro Police are more alarmed than ever. They're rounding people up right in the streets. I barely made it here without being arrested. Damn it. All right. Can we at least give him the suit? Oh, you're right. I almost forgot. This way, Gordon. I got it from an old colleague who managed to keep his connections. He suggested that I could fix it, and one day perhaps find some use for it. I suppose the day has come. Mark 5. It's almost as you remember it, although I've made a few modifications. Still, there's only so much I could do with the tools I have. Try it on.
Welcome to the HEV Mark 5. To our 25 letters.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid it will never be as new. Well, at least you can now charge it from any standard Combine power panel. Guys, let's get moving. Show them what you've been working on, Doc. I never stopped our research on teleportation. With the help of my colleagues, old and new, we managed to compress the Zen relay beyond anything we ever dreamt of. And now we can use it to transfer you to Kraken Base momentarily. Literally. The thing still gives me the shivers. I don't think I told Gordon about the cat yet. There is no time. Gordon, if you please, climb into the telepod and we can begin. Sealing the pod. All right, standard compression protocol. Primary coordinate set. Relay mode setting 2. Barney? Yeah? There on the desk, there should be a plate with the name Yukawa. Could you read me the number on it? It's 9979379.37. You got it? Thank you. I was just checking my parameters. All right, Gordon, everything's fine. Don't worry. Transferring you in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Kraken Base reporting, we got him.
Is he still in one piece?
Absolutely. Everything worked like... Wait, hold on. I'm detecting relay fibrillation. Field integrity down 9, 12, 15%. He's beginning to oscillate.
No, Gordon!
No, wait, we're losing him again.
Open it! I can't. The seal must have melted. Gordon, hold still. I'll try and pry it open. Wait! Barney, get back! Gordon! Gordon, can you hear me? There you go. Doc, I think he's okay. Doc? Oh, shit. Barney. The telepod. Doc, there's no point. We have to leave. Is Gordon alive? He's fine. Look at me. We have to leave now. Gordon, we can't stay here. It's best if we split. Me and Doc will try our old escape route, but you need to leave the city ASAP. If only Dr. Mossman was there. She'd know. Come on, she could have show you the way out. I'll take care of Dr. Kleiner. You take care of yourself. We'll meet again. Good luck out there, buddy.
Communications interface online. Have a very safe day.
The exit. Awaiting further orders. Attention. District Commander Zavo speaking. All citizens of this district are charged with breaching public safety and committing illegal activity on condemned territory. You will be subjected to preliminary arrest and questioning. Local security systems are reactivated. Attempts to evade, resist arrest, or to destroy evidence of criminal activities will be submitted as incriminating actions at the court. dangerous decision to support malignant elements. You wanted to deal with protection forces and cooperate.
Prologue. 1. 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. 9. 10. 11. 12. 13. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 20. 21. 22. 23. 24. 25. 26. 27. 28. 29. 30. 31. 32. 33. 34. 35. 36. 37. 38. 39. 40. 41. 42. 43. 44. 45. 46. 47. 48. 49. 50. 51. 52. 53. 54. 55. 56. 57. 58. 59. 60. 61. 62. 63. 64. 65. 66. 67. 68. 69. 70. 71. 72. 73. 74. 75. 76. 77. 78. 79. 80. 81. 82. 83. 84. 85. 86. 87. 88. 89. 90. 91. 92. 93. 94. 95. 96. 97. 98. 99. 100. 101. 102. 103. 104. 105. 106. 107. 108. 109. 110. 111. 112. 113. 114. 115. 116. 117. 118.
What are you wearing? Who? You're with that egghead. Is that right? That quack. And now Zabo's pigs are all over the district. God damn it, I spent 5 weeks siphoning the fuel from that old tanker. And now what? They're gonna be raiding here for days, shut down the entire trade room. Marvelous shit. Screw this. Screw you and screw those losers from the workhouses. I'm done.
You can all go to hell. Oh, sure. Go ahead and take my things. I can't deliver those anymore.
civilian suspects, cooperation with protection deemed to cauterizing social infection will be accepted as a mitigating factor in court.
Why'd you do that? Just go in my building if you need to hide. There's room for everyone. And please don't wave guns in my face.
Good God, Gordon. I've never seen the Metro Police riled up like that. Not even during the riots. I got Kleiner with me. I was going to escort him out of the sector under my clearance, but the cops already showed up by the time we were done with the lab. Would have been too risky. Let's not waste time. This way. It sounded like you caused quite a stir outside the lab. I don't like having you on the front lines, but to tell you the truth, your diversion was helpful. There's Dr. Kleiner. Do me a favor and check on him. I need to monitor the police broadcasts. Oh, Gordon. You're here. I'm afraid we'll have to postpone our scientific endeavors. You see, we had to evacuate in a hurry. Damn it. We burned it down. My recollection of what happened is still a bit hazy. There was some kind of unexpected interference. Some of it looked like... I checked the radio chatter. They don't seem to know where we are exactly, but don't count on it staying that way. If they become aware of my activities, I'll be lucky to just be incarcerated. To be put to endless interrogation in the Citadel. Or even turned into a servitor. I'll get in touch with some of my contacts. We'll smuggle you out somehow. And what about Gordon? Well, the cops are wising up to him. He'll only be out of their reach on the other side of the wall. But the outer wall is supposed to be impenetrable. The security there, supposed, but not nearly as impenetrable as the console wants you to think. Look, it's not a perfect plan, but if you stay ahead of the Metro Police, get to the wall, and then lay low until night, maybe, just maybe, you'll even cross the wall undetected. That'd be the way to do it. Wait, Doc, shouldn't we tell them about the suit radio too? What? Oh, that's right. Gordon, as you may recall, your suit was constructed with a number of tracking devices, the communication system, etc. Dr. Cross designed it to monitor the wearer, to collect biometrics, even send software updates. There was one time in particular... Doc, get to the point. Yes, the suit's communication interface is largely automated, similar to most of its functions. In theory, it should be able to pick up nearby transmissions and feed them into the audio channels. You'll usually hear the cop chatter around 45 megahertz.
Any news on other segments? Unlawful gathering at 351 and 2507 goes at 398. Think it's going to get worse? Put our hoods on the neck and they'll be quiet again. It's going to be a lot of fun beating the hell out of those cocky 404s.
That's the same squad I heard before. They're getting close. I don't want to be here to greet them. Doc, stay put. I'll be right back. Follow me, Gordon. Gordon, please, be safe. Remember, you need to leave the city. Turn your back on the Citadel and keep going. Sooner or later, you'll enter the canals. Don't stop until you reach the outer wall. You'll know it when you see it. They're busy rounding up civilians. This sector is officially depopulated, so likely smugglers or squatters. If my co-workers are distracted enough, you could slip by them. I'll see if I can message some of my contacts along the wall. They might help. And don't try anything crazy, okay? Just be on your guard and be careful.
Oh, I feel sick. Shut up.
my EnviroMap download is failing. Any ideas what to do?
I'll be doing this for the disposal of
Thanks for the help, but you better get out of here.
I'm not a betting man, but the odds are not good.
Wanna bet?
Sounds like they're calling in every CP unit in City 17.
Power 32%.
Bravo to post Gamma 9 and Tower 8. Code GT Shield Contain. Airwatch. Shift deployment to segment 390. Overwatch confirms critical casualties in segment 386. Where are our video scans?
Stand by. demolition 100%.
Addendum to your visual download. Preliminary identification reports our primary subject as Golden Flathead. Try to use post-link intact body for confirmation. Predicament 10 at 103. Reach the corner. Moving to the canal zone. Prepare for 1091 Vs in the area.
Sir, who's this Freeman guy? Are you kidding me? You don't know the Black Mesa guy? How could he be here? What does he want? Don't ask me. I took a look at his index file. There's nothing there that is an obsolete or useless.
CRYSIS Carter Vision Squad, K9. Giving carry on. We have moved devils.
Okay, squad. Carry on with your duties.
Someone's been stealing from our soldiers. Stay calm, kid. Security's intact, but we're missing camera footage for an entire week. All the bomber is gone. Some guns. Can't narrow it down. Can't track anything.
You went to radio. I'll try to move it to riot suppression so you have a position for a while, okay? Stay? Are you stupid? Linerman probably Super himself, and he's moving huge rides to get you killed, maybe with those very guns. I warned you not to transfer to like a reptile.
But what do I do?
Find me as soon as you land. I'm helping Calhoun with something at our usual place.
Permit 1. Perform a sweep of canal zone chapter 4 to 9. Wind 110 for meters. QNH 1008, QFE 994. Temperature 19 degrees. Humidity 4 kilometers. Cloudy with possibility of rain. Switch to line 2 for takeoff coordination.
Switch to the line 2.
Oh, he's not here, and tell him to go to hell next time. Where's the target? Alright, do the 22502.
Target at shallow. No confirmation on vector. Suggested lamp exits from the tunnel system.
Power 30%.
Heavy Patrol Group 3 is issued a maladjustment reprimand and a 10 ration penalty. If I hear about anything like this again, you'll be ship cargo before you know it. Patrol the compound. Ground units, automatic download. Let's stay on their posts. Continue their work. Slobbo out.
I hear it's a lot better out in the country.
Oh, hello. Interesting looking person.
Who are you again?
Not much to tell you. I started a few days ago and didn't get to know these people. Early in the morning, we woke up from protection and scrambled to the
This is really like playing Versus. And without all the disconnect...
Power 41%.
Somehow, I thought things would be better by now.
Lost biosignal for protection team. Victor 7.
Piss off. And here I thought you got shot back there.
This is Police Commandant Sabo. Who is this? Stabilization Force Commander, Barrier Sector 7. Overwatch projects his vector towards my territory. If he crosses into the sector, to assume control of his amputation. And if we get him? Transmit overwatch ground info to your units. Commander Falconberry out.
Altitude button, we have 10 alone 0 with 2 armed challenge.
21.
10-9. Shoot, computer, code 40.
Medical attention. Warning. Chemical containment online. 3%.
It's you, the one they're hunting for. Come on in. Matt, that Gordon Freeman guy is here.
What? Oh, you're heading for the wall, yeah?
My view of the situation is cross today, as soon as you can.
Walk right into Falconberry sector?
You say that as if he'll have a better chance with a Bina or Matrescu.
They wear heavy ballistics armor. They've got APCs, heavy guns, and helicopters there.
If you give him time to nag for more reinforcements, they'll get tank-class infantry, and I take my chances with the garrison, not Striders. Our local brainwashed drama queen known as Commander Falconberry is not too popular beyond his own garrison, so they're not in a huge rush to help him, yet.
Let's...
Oh, hi. Hello.
If it's any consolation, what you've already done has been a huge inspiration to people. The murderers are afraid.
There's another camp right ahead. They
Also,
were in trouble.
even if you get desperate,
We don't expect you to bring back any news, but if you can help
it's like
anyone
drinking
out there,
mineral oil.
please do.
And tell Falconberry to go eat a crayon.
Why did they fly us in here? Seems like a waste of time, What's that freak now anyway? I mean, think about it, he's so old, and yet he's only made sector commander. Seems like a real loser today.
You're Freeman, aren't you? You okay?
Bravo, you are granted mandatory emergency promotion. Accept access to riot control. Coordinate with Commandant Harper and Commandant Shoshi.
Shit!
Accept promotions operations update.
Promotion.
Sir, we're receiving transhuman reinforcement from Commander Abino of 8th Wall Sector.
Direct them to Major Gray. Those cops are only good for taking bribes.
Station team H4 completed biome deployment into the tunnel system.
Completed now. The updated construction chasm and processing notes. Report your status. I'll be alive! Keep this comm line clean, or I will.
Level is percent.
This is 901. He's running. Moving on position. Contact my eyes! Shit! No! They're getting in! Again! No! Ah!
Anyone just flatline that is on the move. We need everything in these coordinates.
Our primary is, stolen armor unit. 10-9, primary target is in control of a heavy armed vehicle.
He's not supposed to even interface with the controls. Where did he get a UBC interface? Corner teams are reporting that he trained local chargers too.
Bridge lock points to the 6. You're on potential target vector. Lock your gates, hold up and sit tight. We're sending you Overwatch support.
Falconberry to all units. Cauterize any armor infected by the primary. I repeat, shoot the bastard with all you've got. Read your commander. How did he get permission so fast? Which one? Destroy our vehicles, if people are driving them. I don't think he got an actual permission. Do we do it then? Yeah.
His figure is synonymous with the darkest urges of instinct, ignorance, and decay. Some of the worst excesses of the Black Mesa and yet unsophisticated minds continue to imbue him with romantic power, giving him such dangerous poetic labels as the one free man, the opener of the way. Let me remind all citizens of the dangers of magical thinking. We have scarcely begun to climb from the dark pit of our species' evolution. Let us not slide backward into oblivion, just as we have finally begun to see the light. If you see this so-called free man, report his civic deeds do not go unrewarded, and contrary rises, business cause will not go unpunished. Be wise. Be safe.
Switchbox 5, this is Hoplite 3.
Here you are, Light 3.
Switchbox 5, when you going to demolish that goddamn farmware? It's been past years since the raid.
Well, we can't do it right now. Calling off 3 armor strike teams Pacific unless it pushes. We'll the first perimeter. What do you mean? What happened here? I have no time to watch your internal politics. Freeman is one guy! You can manage without those teams!
Zabo, can you shut up? That one guy just tore your entire district force into pieces.
We got direct prime permission. An armor detail en route. Zabo out.
Crab. God, I'm hungry.
Dispatch to Bridge Lock 5. He's moving in your direction. What is your 10 Model 1? units report reinforcement status.
Prologue 2, confirm.
Prologue 4, partial confirm reinforcements are route. Prologue 3, confirm.
Prologue 3, no confirmation. System team map respond. This is Hoplite 3. Contact confirmed. Sterilizing.
What's going on in the city? They wouldn't even leave the new speed shop. I don't think we'll be able to leave right now.
It too seems to make things worse.
Get the transport, hurl them in there, and find them straight to your district access. Then get into the please, and watch out for women. No exceptions for them. No exceptions for everyone.
Reporting 8-5, sector overrun. Repeat, sector overrun. Request alert activation.
Power 18%. Power 93%.
Access authorized.
Radio teams go sharp. He is going down. That dropship won't be on time. Escort them as back to defenses. storage with a password override. We can't have them out. Anyone who didn't get evacuated, find a place to hide and keep your heads down.
Attention 7 Sector Forces, deprioritize anti-citizen and Freeman containment. Fall back to hardpoints and hold for override codes.
Believe that. Full silence and forwarded frequencies. LCT only.
Access authorized. Repair disturbance.
Power 42%. Power level is 100%.
Personal number GM984-1. You are charged with defiant maladjustment. Command permissions revoked. Respond, comply, fall back, and be reintegrated.
work before. The trail of bodies around that damn rocket silo. It makes sense that we're here after all this time. Nowhere for you to run, Doctor. What? No, this is wrong.
Sector teams report. 7 sector team members report your status. Please.
Vital signs of general failure.
Well, well, if I had a suit like that, I'd be going to the other end of that pipe more often.
We've got some ammo in those crates over there. Help yourself to supplies and keep moving.
Have you seen that lone, sad-eyed dog beyond the chem spill? I should take that pup to the camp, but I can't figure out how to carry him across safely.
Deploy to carry down the last chance to continue.
The ashen incense of wind precedes your presence, insurrectionist. Hold your fire, and let us tread this short path together. is yours. Let your blaze certain the Combine shall follow you no deeper into the wasteland, insurrectionist. Already too desperate to stray so far away from the shadows of Cold War. You have brought rich salvage to reap.
Power 15%. Insufficient power.
They all told you to hit the road and get lost, haven't they? Any toes stubbed by the door? No? Be nice and we won't harm you. Get the door back up. Sure So, Golden Freeman. You can call me Eli. Simply Eli. No second names, no monikers, no inquiries. This is Dog, who, by the way, strangled down some lone Combine scouts a couple hours ago. Seeing you here explains what that was about. Check the other exits and come back. We are going to the salon. I won't be able to offer warm cafe latte and fresh bamboloni to improve your first impressions, but you can dust off. You're lucky that I was nearby, or, well, no matter. If you are hiding from the Combine, be our guest. But life around here isn't the most pleasant, and the fruits of the land not plentiful. Let me look at the weather station. Feel free to look around. Be my guest. The weather station shows a storm front from the northeast, 2 hours away. It might pass by. It might not.
His figure is synonymous with the darkest urges of instinct, ignorance, and decay. Some of the worst excesses of the Black Mesa incident have been laid directly at his feet.
Hey, since you're up there, can you turn up the fan? Be careful not to break those wood boards. Thanks. Dog, everything's okay? Long ago, I used to be one of the fools that thought that Breen was the person we needed at that moment. Paid a steep price for that. You look like you need some shut-eye. There's a bed over there, by the green lamp. I'll be in the main cave if you need me. You are up already. You looked like you could sleep for a week. I took a look at your suit. Did my best to make the flashlight work again, cleaned some contacts, and found a radio locator. Or at least I think it is one. The rest I didn't dare to touch, and I assume you want it back right now. Thought I'd show you something. I've put together this, a chronicle, for anyone to see if they come by. It's hard to keep track of our history these days. So, even if you trust your memory, it's good to look at the sources from time to time. The remote is yours. We need to start somewhere. Why not this? I've never seen 17 like this, without a citadel. I don't even remember the early reports. Had to piece it together later. First, anomalous thunderstorms in North America. Then, it pops up on the other side of the world and spreads. Investigators begin to figure things out, but they quickly all drowned in chaos. And yes, I picked out one of the papers that had your face on it. You don't seem very impressed. The countryside was all over the media that year. All those small towns ravaged by the storms and terrorized by creatures. But, looking back now, no one stopped to count how many held out. Too many people crowded into big cities for the illusion of safety, despite all the hunger and disease. Some didn't want in. Plenty weren't allowed in. Each pocket of civilization began to get more isolated with each week, as everyone tried to live just one more day. It was the rise of volunteer defense squads that the Combine would later absorb and convert. Good luck doing anything when it's all like this. Soon, the infrastructure passed its breaking point, and that's when they chose to strike. The citadels came all at once, in the blink of an eye. A chunk in the city center goes, poof. I remember how I felt a strange wind, then only later saw it. Earth put up a fight that lasted all of 7 hours, and most of that was the Combine fighting our living environment. The boiling hole of the Pentagon, the glass horizons of South Asia, a fracture of everything to its core. I am still not sure why they sought out Blaine. Why he was the one to sell us all out. People were locked up in shock. Couldn't question it. After the war, the Combine had to put something back together for them to use. But feels like they're investing less and less effort, as Blaine grows desperate to please them. And if Blaine doesn't know what they want. Most people learn to go along with their mouths shut as they lost control over where their world is going. The city folk don't think about what's happening here outside. They don't look out for the trains. The Combine holds a sparse network of strongholds tied by transport lines, as most of the in-between lies abandoned. So, all of the rejected remnants flock to the middle of that big nowhere and try to make it somewhere. Real settlements, not like here. This one man, Vance. If not for him, so many lives would be an endless night, and I don't even have a photograph to show. He is still at his militia retreat across the Dead Sea. I know as much. I hate this cave. I hate gardening. I hate the animals breaking through the fence I will never finish. And I'm tired of waiting for the day I lie down and die of a heart attack. Let's go. Out. This was never home. To hell with it. I'll give you... You'll see. Me, with dog, we'll shut this place down and leave for the city. I am done. I need to die among people. Here are your weapons, in the bag. Gear up and we'll go. The junkyard. Pre-war, but war added many things in here. In other times I might have given you a tour, but that is not meant to be. And I know your ears are already ringing from all my yapping. You can tolerate the geriatric coot for a little more, right? Dog, be gracious and bring the cannon from the crane. Dog came with the invasion force. Got half of his body blown off and was left behind to rot. There's a much longer story, but anyway, he doesn't want to go back to it. You both are too old, stubborn, damaged idiots, far away from home. Freeman, over here. Like many waste dwellers, I had to become a self-taught gunsmith. This was one of the few successes. People called this one the gravity gun. I didn't build it all from scratch, naturally. As I was told, the core of this device is related to the field manipulators for combined portal reactors. I guess that's true. It works, well, like this. Take this thing. You are a smart man, so I expect you to figure out how the gravity gun handles with some practice. That locator, though. Where is that from? Did the rainstorm bring this, or you? So, if that was the radio locator, it should start picking up a few beacons around here. Try using the gravity gun to get to them. Dog shouldn't mind. Still had company around here. I used to give out the gravity gun to play with dog, to throw around the ball. God only knows where that ball is nowadays. Why don't you stand by that blue barrel, and you, dog, can improvise something. I see that suit helps with pushback.